You know, because I wanted to put him down to better, basically, right? And with that exactly, does it work like does it still work? Do we feel this love you with like going at that the same thing? Or does it have to be you know what? Even if you were able to be sarcastic and ironic, I think you should still act as though it was personal in order to just kind of
Oh no.
Yeah, so
I see it was so bad at following directions. A miracle he wasn't fired years ago. For example. Why is it not showing the resolution? How is this happening? Why is it not going to show me the resolution? How? Oh my god. Why is it like this? This is terrible. What am I choosing? Use one that looks okay. I need to like RNG my way back now. Also, the game looks like it's loud. Which sucks. Okay. We can do better. We can do better. We can do better. Hold on. A little bit low. We're getting there. This is ridiculous. Why is it res x res? In fact, actually, I'm willing to do. Hold on. Hi, comrade. How's Deep Rock been enjoying that? Well, I got to re-put in my time. What? Hang on. Okay. Before we get started, can I just say something? Okay, yeah. Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Okay, alright, yeah. Content already starting. You've been so cooperative. Next time you boot the game, and see the screen. Just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Thanks. Playing the exact same game right now. Yeah, but did you get the setting your clock ending? Also, this looks good. Oh, we can read it! Thank God we can read it. We win. We win the video game. We can read the resolution. It's all over now. It's coming. Boom. But actually, I should probably put it like that. How'd you fix? Dang. I set the time. They told me to set the time. I mean, it's already off by 120 milliseconds. Right. I just have the original. Hey, it asked me on launch if I played the original. We'll see if that changes anything. If they're gonna be like, why did you buy the game again? What is wrong with you? I didn't expect thank you for actually setting the clock. Hi Nemo, hi Joe, welcome. Brock's slowing down. Yeah? What's slowing down about it? Just, you've done all the contracts and you're like, neat? Because I think it's supposed to be like a cooperative fun time. Unless you're like me, in which case you wanted one overclock for one gun, and you leveled your character up like 30 times. My player level went up by like 30. Because I was like playing by myself, doing all the like things to get as many overclocks as possible in an attempt to get the one that I wanted, and now I won't be using it. I won't be using it. The update came out and I love the laser. I'm a laser lover. I can't. Anyway, you may notice, streamer, this is not Bug Snacks. You are correct. This is not Bug Snacks. We'll play that probably tomorrow. I saw that the game was like 33% off for people who previously owned the Stereo Parable one. I was like, oh, that's good. I'll get it. And then I realized, starting my stream today, that I had this game downloaded and not Bug Snacks. So, I'm playing this today. End is never.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor at his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of
He's just a streamer.
Year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Are you team narrator or team Stanley?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
What do you mean?
Something that would forever change Stanley.
How's the game still on?
Something he
Shut up.
would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I immediately got the you can't jump achievement. I just wanted to let you know. Classic.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his
I hate
responsibility?
Mondays.
He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly.
Bro.
The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever.
My dog.
I will be happy.
I will be happy.
Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer.
It's closer.
Now it's even closer.
True.
Here it comes.
Speed run. Speed ran. Get speed ran. Game over. We win. Dream's over.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I still wish I could jump. Spooky. But yeah, I'm liking the new secondaries. It's kind of funny. I feel like so far, okay, I'm missing the gunner one. But so far it feels as if each one is designed to be like an enabler of strategies. And that's like the whole thing. Which is nice. I quite like, because that was one of my favorite things about Driller, was that they felt like really combo-y instead of just use this gun. So the fact that everybody's like combo-y and not just use this gun is cool. I like that. I'm using the scout crossbow as like a even more frost grenades. I got an overclock that makes the default bolt like slowly freeze. So instead of using grenades on some guys, I can just hit them with one of those and they'll freeze, and they're like, cool, awesome. Dude, look at that door physics. Classic. Door's stuck! Door's stuck! Please! What if I like... Door's stuck! Anyway.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
See, now this is when the game starts to go crazy. I'm gonna be interested to see when I recognize new content. When I'm gonna be like, oh. So I think first.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Started using flamethrower more than goo. Fear is useful, and fire kills robots fast. Oh, absolutely, yeah, it kills them instantly. Fire is very good. Especially with the microwave. There's some
truly
good builds.
A room worth admiring.
Increase the FOV. Yeah, I should. I turned it up to like 90.
Really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley,
dude, I love CS Office.
Drinking it all in.
Someone get the op, dude!
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Actually, for some reason, people really love that, seems newish.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
It's the thing Comrade said! I need a key card? You think that's real? Penalty for misuse of cargo lift for jumping off. expensive. I'm landing on the truck!
I think perhaps we've... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Thank you. Hello, party people. I had a very weird dream last night that involved 3 elves. Oh, interesting. I've been binging Ghost music tonight and have deep regrets I didn't go to their tour last month, but the tickets were so expensive. Oof. With good music taste, naturally. Something super interesting I found during this section. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Sweet Papa
Stanley
voice?
decided to go
I'm
to the
sorry?
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
Nemo?
a memo.
Nemo, hello? You can land on the edge of the railway, and then the trailer door overhang and still be okay, but if you step off, you die. I was expecting something to be like, Stanley lived. The lead singer's persona is called Papa Mert.
When Stanley
it's still
came
funny.
to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beauty, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
First time I played this
Stanley
game.
was so bad at
I mean,
following
technically,
directions,
but
it's
I've played the
incredible he
original.
wasn't fired years ago.
I'm gaming.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you.
Ultra Deluxe
all
is
this time.
unhinged.
There's someone you've been
Unhinged?
neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for
Danger
others?
everywhere.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Ghost has female sub-vocalists now, but they only sing during the live shows. Oof. Filled. Based.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this
I'm gaming.
time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just
grab a snack.
stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Hope this isn't death.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
This was in the first game, so far I'm not.
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
I'm gaming.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
I am thinking. The first 3 endings he went to all include suicide. How was your day?
Good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay.
I went to
here.
vote, basically on property tax laws. That was neat, I guess. And then I had a chicken sandwich. That was pretty good. But it's been my day. Saw a bunch of people complaining about Overwatch 2. Classic.
No. What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you? You are going to stay here, aren't you?
Is there a thing if I stand here for long enough? Ooh. Gaming. I disagree with Donkey. I mean, that's the thing, is that I do too. And I mean, in truth, I have a mild amount of what would be called copium. You have a headache? Okay, for Nemo, I will stand here. Enjoy the colors and music. I have what would be clinically called a mild amount of copium, where I'm underneath the impression that the beta they have currently will not be it. And I mean, there have been signs and, like, leaks and discussions of things that will come in future waves of the beta before the game is officially out. But there's a lot of people who are rightfully pissed because their impression is what is in the beta is what the next game will be, and that next game's gonna come out like next month. Like, in June, Overwatch 2 is the exact same thing. And like, yeah, I'd be pissed. I'd be absolutely livid if that's all they did. But people will chill out in general. If you don't like it, play something else. Like Vampire Survivors. Yeah, and then I see a lot of people who are complaining that, like, oh, the strategy of Overwatch 1's gonna be deleted. And I just can't help but wonder what they're talking about. Let's say Overwatch 1 doesn't have strategy, but I don't know. I feel like... Do you want to know what the strategy was in Overwatch 1? You stood around, you waited for your Q to come up, and you played the correct character with the correct Q, and then you pressed it. That was the strategy, like 99% of the time. Isn't it free for Overwatch 1? Yes! Yeah, but the major complaint is it took this long to come out, and it's going to delete the first game, which is technically true. Those two things are true, but like, we're not in a vacuum. There's other things going on. Like, there's going to be more content. There are things that, you know, happened that made it like this. But you were overwatching your PC. True. I'm glad we aren't in a vacuum. That would suck. I mean, technically we are. We're just on a rock in a vacuum. Smile. And I'm gonna go jump now. But yeah, people are pissed. Rock 'em. Rock 'em, start 'em. Whee!
Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Rock in a vacuum would be hard to suck. Bro.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just... Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
This really is like a sad ending. Like, I'm a bit of a... Like, this is so sad.
No. No, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
What can you say? Let me hear it.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that? My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
No. Yeah.
Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
I don't know, there's like a whole other game I bought that I need to go look at. I can't just stand here and talk about Overwatch. But yeah, Donkey's video is interesting because as much as I respect him as like a content creator,
No, perhaps not.
and he's a very funny man. And I don't think he'll purely disagree with me on this. He's not very good at Overwatch. And that's not a problem. I do believe that video games should be enjoyable by anybody who happens to press buttons on them. But Widowmaker is an incredibly strong character. I think it's very polarizing. But that's one of the things that he listed was like, oh, Widowmaker sucks, Junkrat's overpowered. Which is like the opposite of true at the higher levels, which is fine.
But I guess that was too much to ask.
Widowmaker has huge ass until they nerfed it. True.
After all.
True, that's what he wants.
This one is yours.
He wants a buff. Reminder that the first Overwatch beta had a bug where anytime Widowmaker ulted, her ass grew in size. That is not a joke. That is real. You can look it up. You can find the GIF. It's not that kind of GIF, but it is real. It is a real bug.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Hi, Dragon. Me.
All of his co-workers
Bug.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
Do
simply
not.
missed a memo.
Never mind. I'm not making that joke. Never mind. I will not make that joke. Oh, where's the button? Where's the input? I need to put in the input. Where's the input? Did I miss it? Was it on my computer?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his
God
co-workers.
damn it. So they buffed Tracer's ass in Overwatch 2. Well, they nerfed her pistols. They had to give her something. Game Overwatch is shit, though. I like it. However, I also, on the exact same time, fully comprehend why you think it sucks. I know exactly why and can understand.
To open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I feel like there's an ending where you can go out the starting window, but I can never find it. I think that might have been in, I know there was an ending, I think, in the Half-Life mod, where you went out a window. But not in the normal games. But anyway.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just
Continuing
to
the
admire it.
Anarchy Stanley run.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business,
But I like
Stanley took
Overwatch.
the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad
I also like
at following
TF2, and I know you're
directions,
thinking-
it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
But TF2 was good, Overwatch was bad, and I go, okay. And then we stop our
Stanley,
conversation.
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you.
And then we can do the
all
blue
this
door here.
time. There's someone you've been neglecting. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yes.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you.
Watch
to show
Netflix
you
series
something
win.
beautiful.
In theory, that's what the
Let me prove
PvE
it.
is supposed to
Let me
be
prove
like.
that I'm on your side.
Heavily
Give
story-based,
me a
but
chance. Now,
in
listen
truth, it's gonna be
carefully, this is
mediocre. I'm not gonna lie.
Stanley walked
The
through
story for
red door.
Overwatch is not gonna change life. It's gonna be alright. But hopefully the gameplay will be good. Dylan can survive 2 massive drops, and not from the overhang to the floor. Oh yeah, did you see how dangerous it was?
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Did John Stanley Parable devs never do anything else overall? Oh dude, it's Overwatch 2! Dude, this is just Stanley Parable 1, dude.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Hi Mikey, welcome. Welcome to Deluxe.
All right,
Apparently when I
fine,
find the
all right,
real
Stanley.
game,
You want
It's
know
going to be
so
incredible.
badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Okay.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Oh.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I found a Twitch integration mod for DRG. I'm shocked it took so long. They used to have, get this, they used to have an integration mod. Not even, used to be integrated to the base game. An integration for Mixer. I'm kind of shocked it took so long. Give it a 1. No.
Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings. Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Yeah, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park.
What's the first
one.
E in
Let's
Eshe
take a
mean?
look.
Good question. The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. So I like the depth texture. God Old Neil. Okay, let's see where I am on this list. 21.3 players skip the intro sequence. Oh, there's me. 7 hours. What? What do you mean 7 hours? Ask some friends for help. Oh, my friends list is empty. Entertainment. Yay, entertainment. Ego Raptor. The worst Stanley. Oh.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on.
Okay.
And now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Okay.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Oh.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
There's like image
Be
still
sure
shocks
to keep
me.
notes on your experience.
I kind of want to play it for, like, has someone played it for 4 hours?
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Stuff does
Because
happen.
If it's the latter, well,
Oh,
I don't know what to
God.
do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
What do we have?
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
What game is this?
Ah, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity.
It's Firewatch,
so
bro.
Far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
What is that? Who watches the Firewatch? True. I wish I could hear this game's story. Firewatch's story is kind of done, though. I can't see what else they do other than just in-universe something else. But Minecraft door open sound?
Oh, no, it can't be.
What?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
What? No, no!
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay,
Apparently
I'm going
not.
to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
Okay.
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Real variety gamer. Let's see, what's next?
Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I'll do my best.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
Dude, sports ball,
we
bro.
should run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh, I move faster now. Ooh, I'm so fast. Rocket League, I played that yesterday. Nice. I can't do the jump stuff.
Is this fun?
How am I
Is it
supposed to
better
play
than my miserable
Air
little
League?
story that I worked so hard on?
Wrong
Stanley, I
team,
have a
stupid.
thought.
No.
I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls make
Wrong
for an
one.
even more euphoric
It was not the
sports
wrong
experience. I'm going to try it out.
Self
Here
goal.
comes another
That
ball.
was not a self goal.
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
Can I fall down
Stanley,
the hole?
I'd like
Let's
to-
see.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Oh,
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have so much.
gaming. Wrench. This is chill. Oh. Here's your back rooms, you monkey ass. Bro. The back rooms, bro. Oh, here I go. What the? The caca rooms. The back rooms, bro. The back rooms. I already made that joke, Dragon. You can't steal it. I can't go in here. I want to be Hacker Man. Oh, this is my... Oh, this is the... Yeah, this is the OG map. Think about it, Stanley Parable was the original Backrooms, but funny. True. Just come back and, Well, that's so neat. I like that. Yeah, this is the original mod. Oh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it, down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be
I kind of want to go
There's
back
no
there
way.
and see what other games
Once
there
this
are.
ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Yeah, I remember getting the ending before, but I didn't remember it was those games. I would have definitely remembered Rocket League. But yeah, I remember it being Minecraft, I think.
Already this was uncomfortable.
What?
And Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
What? Those games are after the original? Yeah, I understand, but it's still interesting. Finally come up with sandpaper. I know. Oh, I see what the point you're trying to make now. That's fair. It's just interesting is all. New content. Well, I mean, I'm a gamer. I gotta see the new content, right?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I'm trying to close the door, but okay. This is the most important door. Careful. What do you mean careful? It hurts. Excuse me?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
2040 is closer than 2013.
Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yeah.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning.
Could you imagine?
Of a mesmerizing...
Could you imagine? I bought Ultra Deluxe and this is the one thing and it just boots me back out to the normal game. That would be so fucking funny. If it was literally just that. And that's it. There's nothing else.
adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or...
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
This texture's kind of...
I have to say, initial
Kinda sad.
impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see it. The jump circle?
Yeah, baby! Oh, yeah! You lose all momentum. You lose all momentum. Like every last bit of momentum. Cool. All right.
Is that it?
Giving me one buddy. Oh,
Surely
absolutely.
that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Did it? You beat it. Wonder if the narrator ever played with this and actually talked with himself. Maybe. Awful lot of voice actors aren't like big
Another
gamers
elevator.
though.
Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box.
I'm also streaming on Twitch. Yeah, it's two. It's either they're just actors and it's just a job, or they're like mega gamers.
Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Hello?
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore."
I saw that.
What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations.
On
If you're still with
Twitter.com.
me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
On Twitter.com. Oh. Let's go.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Well, I mean, now I gotta check it, right? Coffee nut. Omogus. Very funny, thank you.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Oh my god.
Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
You ever seen these Among I digits of pi? Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable. Linguists identify 15,000-year-old ultra-conserved words. The original remake. Like the cover up for the, it said at the last of it. Narrators write things with the chef 2013. Okay, dude. Okay. Yeah. Obviously. What do you mean mumble? Look, it used to be, it's you can read it. It's taped over The Last of Us. It's funny. The first dollar, dude. Name one good thing that happened past 2013. I started streaming. And I know you're thinking, haha, that wasn't good. I have that one! Joke's on you. And by the way, the new one for this one is 10 years. Fun fact. So, see you when I'm, 35. I'm gonna read what it says again. It says, the British Academy of Film and Television Arts awarded to, and then they've taped over the actual award for story with Stanley Parable written on it. And underneath it's obviously The Last of Us got story for 2014. Is the funny. You see, it was nominated, but it didn't win. Creator is surprisingly down to earth. Someone put 2 birds on my shoulder. Nice. Look, I died. A piano? Okay. Why is it when I click like this? What? Little Stanley! No! Kind of sad though. Yeah, when I left and right click, I move forward. Shut this song? What do you mean shut this song? Is this Damaka?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable
I like the
strives
accent.
and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing
Oh, that's why.
the original Stanley Parable
You hold both,
was.
you move forward.
It was
That's nice.
literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new
It was Skyrim,
elevator
too.
content.
Portal. Why is there a photo of Portal in here? Because that was one of the original ones, right? Yeah, you play Portal. And there's the Minecraft thing. Yeah. That is my favorite dialogue of the entire game. That was all games. Cliff movement is just want to get funky with it. Yeah, I think it might have been the one-handed movement thing. What's going on there? Memory zone maintenance. Can't wait to come back here in 5 seconds. Ooh. The button.
Here's another moving passage,
Source.
this time from GameSpot.com.
Okay, yeah.
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Wait, these doors open? What? The serious room. You guys want to go to the serious room? How do I get to the serious room?
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's
Oh
down
no.
here?
Oh no.
No, Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Funny. I wonder if the guy knows he's in the sequel. I wonder if he's aware that he is in the sequel as like a thing that they make fun of, along with Noodle Shoff.
While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
What's that?
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
If only I had a Steam account, let alone a computer. On June 2016, I had the urge to give a negative review to the game The Stanley Parable. Well, one of them was like from 2018, it looked like. Skip button.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No.
I'm tempted.
The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards,
skip it quick. What if I don't?
Therefore becomes impossible to manufacture.
But what if I don't?
For nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is.
I don't like his voice.
Until inevitably, we all until the end
We're
of time.
make a negative review. You'll be in the next Stanley Parable.
So, now you see, blah, 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 blah. Oh, you're back, you see?
It
you
looped.
were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations.
Oh, you do?
on the
Don't.
nature
I
of
like his
choice
voice.
in
Oh, I
video
see.
games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think.
I'm tempted.
Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've
Yes,
ever
comrade?
made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice.
Base.
That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now
Skip
I
it
think
quick.
to
No.
circle around,
No.
I slap the treatise label on this one. I think it
Welcome
has
to
much more
Philosophy
treatise
101.
vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do
Wait a
find
minute.
myself in
Oh,
this situation.
I was going to be very shocked if this
I'm going
clock
to
was
say
the correct
each
time
word
that I
back
said
and
at the
forth
beginning.
in repeated succession
not.
until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
He has a good beat.
manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
Okay, all right. I
manifesto.
think I have to click it now.
Treatise.
I think I have to.
manifesto. Treatise.
I don't know. There's a part of me that thinks if I sit here long enough, something will happen.
Manifesto. Treatise. Manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over.
This is getting not
I can't
good.
wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place.
You can.
I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work,
Go to Steam.
surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or
That
perhaps
Cookie
they'll
9,
simply
yeah.
grant this particular user
All right,
the
Eagle says
ability
this
to
is
change
getting
their
not
review,
good. Therefore,
so
I
that
will
the
start
feature is
doing
not
what you're
widely
supposed to.
abused.
The bit.
No, I
Here
would
is the
even be
prediction.
okay with Steam
Here is the
altering
prediction
this
of the bit.
particular
So
review
you're
so
gonna
that it reads as
sit
something
here,
more
and the guy's gonna be
beneficial.
talking. And what you're gonna
Something along
do
the
is be
lines of,
baited into
"This
pressing
game
the
is
skip.
best." Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now,
You
I
got
should
it?
say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes.
Stop talking
It's
over
not
him.
unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Room.
I do feel quite certain that
He's
there
the
was
streamer
one here
now?
before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort or a window or something like that.
Look,
Do you see a window
it's my
anywhere?
stream.
A porthole?
I get to
A
talk.
sufficiently
You're
large
gonna
crack
act
in the
like
wall?
just because the
Any
video
of
game's
these
saying
are
something
liable
that
for us
I'm
to
not
move
allowed
on
to burst in
please
here and be
get
like,
away
hey,
from the
look at me!
skip
Look.
button. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at
No,
it
it's
from
not
every
yours,
angle.
it's
I've
ours.
checked
Can we
every
strip
one of those
streamers?
walls a
Can we skip
1,000 times.
streamers
And
rambling?
there's no door, Stanley. There's
No.
no door. There's just you.
I
and
press
the button,
the
and
stream
if you
button.
Keep pressing it,
I have
no
the
idea
microphone.
What will happen.
I'm
no
the one
idea
holding
how
the
long I'll
talking
be made
stick.
to sit
I
here.
choose
And
what I
more than
read.
anything
I
else,
choose what I
don't know
say.
how to stop
If you're
you from
gonna sit
pressing the
there
button
and pretend
again.
that I'm not in control of what's going,
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's
thank you,
always
Conrad, for
been.
hawing at my bit.
Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a
That's
vessel
where you're getting
through
actually
which my
upset. Good
words
acting.
were
Well, thank you.
moving. It was the vessel I needed,
Oh, no,
Stanley,
I
not
don't
the
care.
outcome of the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know
I
that
knew you were
someone
acting.
else is taking
Good.
it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me.
It's like I was doing an
Because maybe,
impromptu
Stanley,
bit. You're
maybe,
coming
if
over
you
here
can hear
and
me,
acting like,
then
okay, I mean,
maybe
first of all, I'm not really
it
like
means
classically
I'm
trained.
real.
I haven't really taken any
Maybe
like acting
I'm not
classes.
just a fiction.
And I
Was
probably
scared
should
of
at
that
some
all
point.
along?
I've thought about it, but it kind of, it's like
Perhaps
kind
I've been
of
scared
difficult
this whole
because
time.
like
If
I don't make a
stop
lot of
speaking,
money.
I'll slip
Kind of
backwards into the
expensive.
silence
In
and
theory, it could be like a
consumed
waste
by
of
it.
time, but not
I can't be
really.
taken by it, Stanley.
Like,
I can't lose myself in a
so
stretch of
when people
emptiness
do
between
it,
you
the
and me.
narrator's talking
When you
again
press
with
that
this. You
button,
think I'm not
you're
supposed to?
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
He's doing
Let
it.
me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning
About us.
wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire
happy birthday,
life.
by the way.
All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened.
The narrator
by the need
died, we had to find a new
manifest
one.
a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself.
Do you guys think
to
I should do the
exist
skip bit
along
again?
all-
Oh no, he died. So it would seem. You killed him. Good. Is that the fire alarm? Wait, is that the CO2 alarm? Am I gonna die? That's like the CO2 alarm.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs
The
down.
VA is, oh yeah, the
and
VA is like
all of their
90% of this
pitiful
gameplay.
demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world.
Hey, I think
As
he's
though
okay.
There were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every...
Still on lunch break, guys. It's fine.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
I think it's got a burst over here. We ran out of oxygen a long time ago. Now I'm disturbed. Have you not seen this ending before? Or, oh. Yo, Portal 2! I'd like to have this ability to speak just as clear. Just do it. You've never played the game. Well, you said that you knew stuff about it. Freedom! Not quite. Hold on. Break the wall some more. Oh. I don't know this many words. Why not? You got this. That's beautiful. Could you imagine how terrifying this button would be in real life? Like how terrifying would it be if you pressed a button and you looked over and there was all these plants? Like that's a long time. There's a lot of dirt here. There's a lot, like these plants are vibrant. Like how many generations have been here? Like everything you know would have been like passed right by you. It's an absolutely horrifying idea that I am awake. Hi, Sylvie. We're in like a horror game. Smile. Eat death of the universe. Here it comes. The button's called Start Streaming. 2022. Oh. Is it bad that the cursor scared me? Is it bad that the it popped up? I thought that was an eye. Could you imagine? Fine. Dylan. That was scary. It was. Both the narrator became a jump scare. He was real and he grabbed you. Press button. I have emerged. Yes. Tatooine. Alright guys, pick a cardinal direction. At the same time, maybe we should, like... north. Sun. That's a good call. We're gonna pretend this is setting. And therefore this would be north. East. Sun. Apparently that was good. Well, that was interesting. You know the directions on this plane?
How wonderful.
Eventually I would.
Stanley was alone. Finally.
We just have to watch the sun.
Great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Content. Hope the narrator's okay. The new content!
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
New. Yeah, that's right. Sun still depends on latitude. Well, I mean, it's the best you can do if you, like, watch the sun, like, set. Set. You can kind of imagine it's west. Like, it will generally set where the west is.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh my god, they're gonna rework like 2 characters.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
You have permanently altered the game. Not true, I can delete my save file. Taste the sequel. What? Should I be concerned about that?
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
True. They're back. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. The old busted. The new hotness. Color red. Is it better this would be kind of cool? Like, I don't know. Thanks for attending my meeting. I don't know if it looked like this, I'd be like, oh, neat. Oh, dude, co-op.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Scrum?
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out.
I did.
Game development is much
Can you do
more
the
of a
narrator's
fuzzy
voice?
magic
No.
than anything scientific or logical, really.
2 Stanley seem like a reference to The Shining. Equals are good. Doom 2, Dark Souls 2, Aladdin 2. What? Batman Arkham Asylum 2, Shitty, Divinity Original Sin 2. I kind of want to play Dark Souls 2 and have everyone hate me. And for me to be wrong about it not being bad. It's okay. It's not fantastic. It's okay. Just 2 of us. Valued investors. That's me! The new content bus? The problem is it's gonna be an artifact of its time, too. So. Remember E3? Yeah. Whoa.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
There's a bucket. Dear God. We check out. Okay, hold on. Let's take a moment. Want to look at the office decor, the bucket, or the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game? Which are we interested in? There's a person over there. Button, player name. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
I'm nervous it's gonna, like... I press the button and it's gonna be like, full name, address, social security. Oh.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Oh.
Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Hey guys, we're gonna... I haven't been having a great week, but we're gonna play the new Stanley Parable. Apparently this thing is your name. Jim. That's pretty cool.
You see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
I mean, yeah, I guess I could.
Jim.
Wow.
It hits even harder the second time.
It's kind of cool, I
If
guess.
this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
I'll look at my phone.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
I don't know anyone who plays Stanley Parable is named Jim. Apparently it's everyone. So, you do now.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
True. Please no screenshots. For the infinite hole? We gotta check out the bucket first, though.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes.
Jim short for
the
Jimbo or
bucket
Gymnasium?
is the perfect
Hey,
solution.
Jimbo.
Come on, give it a try.
Get in the bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, Can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Oh, thank you.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and
no putting back.
more awaits you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Can I keep it? I'm feeling pretty attractive.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Dude, this walking cycle on the bucket's insane though. Next generation. The jump circle, the infinite hole. We can check out the. Oh, no screenshots, guys. I can't show what's in here.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one.
Wow,
I think
this is
that in the
very
new
impressive.
version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like
Wow.
balloons. But I'm
This is
undecided
crazy.
on Get Well
Show? I
Someday
can't show.
and Happy 12th birthday. Which would you go with?
No, I just walked in here. Let's see. Get well someday. Our happy 12th birthday step niece. Oh, got playing that. Just bye. I kind of wish I could also just manually play an ad over the stream. Like, just play some, like, random, like, obviously not real ad in the middle of the stream. That'd be kind of funny. If I just made up an ad. Should I do that? Hold on. Should I do that? Who would want me to actually have, like, cut what I'm doing and just have like a shit post and like pretend it's an ad? I think you should. No one would want that. I mean, so far you're alone on that one there, Dragon. I think everyone else is interested. They're lying. Those are bots. I think it's more of a novelty. Yeah, but imagine how funny it would be if I was in the middle of talking and then it's just playing like that guy going. If you use public domain weirdo old ads from archive. My plan would be for them to not actually just literally play an ad, like I'd edit them to be like nonsense. Is mostly the plan there. So it'd be very obviously not an ad, because otherwise I'd probably get in trouble. But like maybe I'd use the public domain weirdo old ads as a base. The ads from GTA games. Anyway, get well someday, dude.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
I feel so tired. I don't know. Maybe didn't get enough REM sleep. Did you watch Germa's old ad reaction stream? Because that would make sense. I did, and that's not influencing me. Thank you. Free, new, and easy achievement. Oh, well, now I'm curious. The new jump circle. Oh, I used it all.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Oh. I should stop lying. I mean, I saw it, but it's not... Like... Oh, Jesus. There's merch! Settings world champion. Astrofish. The bucket raid. I'll catch a fish, quick! Thank you for the raid, welcome. Bucket raid indeed. Catch the bucket, quick! I jumped, but I ran out. So. It's bucket time, indeed. Welcome. I'm gonna get this achievement just for you, okay? Here, let's check this one out. It just works. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. Alright, here I go, guys.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Yeah.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
It's Todd. It just works. The bucket doubles the ending count, turn ending into a different one. What? Mikey, start deleting spoilers. Quick!
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the
Yes,
world.
please don't spoil this
who have
game.
been
But thank you for the raid.
uproariously demanding
How
this
was your
feature.
stream?
Gamers, we hear you.
Gamers.
And I promise it will happen.
Gamers! You're almost there. How was your bucket stream? No spoilers, only bucket. Yeah, people come in here and be like, this game will change your life. And obviously it has. I'm holding a bucket. I'm more attractive. Anywho. Thank you again for the raid.
What
Good to
else?
see you all.
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Bucket's good. It is pretty good. Giving up already. You're right. I'm going back in. I said I would get the achievement for them. I'm doing it. We're getting it right now. Get yours right now. We're doing it. Here we go. Here, Cherry, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna spam the button. Okay, this is much slower than I thought it would be. I was hoping it'd be like... No, I can't. But that's okay. Astrofish! Thank you again for the raid, but also thank you for the follow. No, this is, you can kind of like take a peek at it. Do you see that? It's like opening its mouth. You can shove the bucket in there. It'll stay open. They're almost there. Did I like unplug it? Stop wanking your lever on stream. Okay, yeah, hold on, wait. I have a solution. You're correct, I should stop doing on stream. Hold on. Here we go. Hi, Dragon, I'm winking my lever. Bird. Indeed. Stop! Pulling your lever? Oh my, indeed. Okay, hold on. This is... I don't like this. I don't like new Stanley. I don't like... This is a, This is like a, Metaverse Stanley. I hate this. My rival, my arch enemy. Dragon, do not say mean things to Dragon, okay? It's fine. It'll be fine. Mark Zuckerberg. No, this person looks too normal. This is not a lizard. This is a human being. Can you find them? The collectibles. Let's see. Oh.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative
wait.
is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up.
People?
You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Are these like, what's this like Dark Souls screen? Stanley the All-Knowing! Good. 1 out of 6. Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Oh, true, Tranner. Infinite hole. It won't end. Yeah, where's the hole? Over here. Okay. Check out the hole. That's quote bait. Whoopsie. Oh, okay. I won't say that out loud. It's quote bait, quote bait. Science. Top 10 hole streamers. Number 2.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game.
Yep.
This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
We're doing Overwatch rank together? Well, Overwatch 2 doesn't have rank, but hi, Ice. Be careful here. What, just because I'm dancing on the rim? Huh? Is that a problem? You're nervous about me falling into the literal endless pit? Hmm? The RE45 is hammer point. Stop rimming. Okay. Let's see it.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then,
This is
since
Sparta.
you've gotten to see the
I am
infinite
Mother's back in town.
hole, you can
I'm
press
glad you're
the
better.
teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Okay, press G.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I press G.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely
Just
deep
throw the
hole.
bucket in.
I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're
Cigarettes.
so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling.
True.
What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Me.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Read the papers. Well, they're the same as the old ones with the two of us.
Things got a little heated there. I think we
Every
both
pause
said
button's
some
a Roman
things we
numeral
didn't
2.
mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and
Meeting
agree
at
to
2
just
p.m.
call the whole mostly infinite? If that works for you,
The new
then go
mug.
ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just
Your
be
lore.
up here when you're ready.
What is that red thing? Oh, it's a mug. It's a new mug, even. The lore. New lore just dropped into the not infinite pit. Oh, Jesus Christ, Dragon Eye.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you Eve. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is that you like holes too much. Normal. A normal normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite.
True.
Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
I'll do it again.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep.
The infinity hole is pretty cool.
Standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
I wasn't gonna fall in. I was gonna be like, yeah, I'll fall in again and just skip it. But now I kinda have to.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
Me and my bucket.
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Don't jump. I can't. So I'm gonna press G again. I have pressed...
Is the, teleport button not working?
No, it's not.
You sure?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this.
What, do you have a bucket?
I'm out.
It's my comfort
Goodbye,
bucket.
Stanley.
Oh?
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Thank you. Mostly infinite hole. I just saw this sign. What's the music? Oh! Oh!
Going in.
F to change your perspective. Just standing here with the bucket. Have you guys seen that one video about like Indian daytime television, the soap operas, where it's like Age to change reality. Why is one eyebrow bigger? He's doing the no bitches face. Slap some credits. Yeah, really. Just put the credits on the left and right side of this angle. I'm trying to see what channel we should change it to and let me know which song you like. This one's a bit too noisy. Okay. Penis music.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine.
What?
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's
Okay, Dragon Concealer.
now you're no longer using
What, you don't
up
like
the
this whole
space of
gameplay?
mine.
Nah, I'll see you later, man. Oi! This is Naruto? Oh. These are some cute puppies, though. Change myself. Ooh. Oh, this is. I know what she's saying. Oh, Corby! Dude, it's Corby! It's just crows? It's crows at like... It's crows at different... It's like one's at like 80 beats and one's at 79. Oh. Okay, now recycling. Let's get back to the puppies. Good choice. Oh, nice. $20 skin. Okay, glitch. $5 skin. Also $5 skin, but hold on. Oh.
How's it going?
It's just like change angles.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
Oh.
Good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there.
That was getting
drifting
good.
away into dreamland.
That was getting good.
You can't have that, Stanley.
No.
Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Going in. Oh.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
I'm kind of tempted to go back to the hole. Mostly infinite hole. Fine, it ended. Lower level. Any Seymour Stanleys? Alright, I'm going back in. Oh, Vanderpool? It could have been him. Collectible Santa. Good question. Hold on, let's see. You think the achievement's ready? Let's take a look. I still have the bucket. Nope. Fragile. We're going back. That's a weird. You see that? And you call this a sequel? Okay. You gotta pull it one more time. You're right. Let's go back. Oh. Oh, that sucks. That's me right now. Well. Epilogue. Apparently the epilogue is next to the, what is next to the button that says the name of the... Okay, hold on, let's... I mean, shit, okay, do we want to see the exit? Or the epilogue? Keep hating them. I take this clip for the next... Oh, you're right! This game sucks, this game sucks, this game sucks, this game sucks. Put me in.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Oh. Kind of fancy. No screenshots. No, hold on. I want to see the epilogue. Hold on. This do be kind of cool, though. It reminds me of when we would do those virtual museum trips. I wish there were more games that had those. I think there's only like 8. We've played all 8.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Remember the Radiohead Virtual Museum? Boom. Settings World Champion. Nice, I like it. It's me. I'm the world champion at settings. Hold on. Content warnings? Oh. Fair. I'm the real one for that, okay? I got play of the game. Are you playing Overwatch 1? Jump. Let's see. Why are you playing Overwatch 1? Translated labels. Oh. Color labels. There's a baby that dies? Bro. I'm gonna be the settings world champion. We gotta figure this out. What is the settings? Hmm. Hmm. Change all the game settings? Oh.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Delete the save. True. Keyboard ASMR. I mean, I'm low-key enjoying that. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do it. I wanna do it. I wanna be the setting champion. Make the narrator speak French. I don't think I can do that. Presentation.
This is the story.
See? Just the text. World champ. Sniper. No, why are you playing Overwatch 1? I'm confused, Ice. I'm confused. The button that says Jim. That's Jim. Settings world champ. You can do it. You can do it. I like the simplified controls. Just space for jump. Okay, hold on, wait, I just realized. That's a QR code. You see that? We gotta check that out, right? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, the phone. Come on. QR code. Yeah. StanleyParable2.com. Okay. Welcome to the official website of The Stanley Parable 2, now in Expo Hall 2. Learn more, taste the sequel. Okay, hold on, we gotta... Won 2 games. Nice. Is this on an article and QR codes that everyone dangerous they post at computers? Everyone just scans them. Don't scan any random QR. Oh, true. But I mean, I scan QR codes that are like in game or like at the restaurant I'm at. I don't really just scan ones that are like on the street. You know? Because I mean, yeah, you're right. Like QR codes could have anything in them. No, Ice, why are you playing Overwatch 1? Hey, welcome to Stanley Parable 2. Taste the sequel. I think it's here. Now in Expo Hall 2. Learn more. This is the Ultra Deluxe. Yeah, let's go. Back. That's the one I have. Damn. Direct YouTube link. Yeah. Okay.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting
I'm trying to... Why can't I full screen it?
a sequel? That's right.
Okay, hold on.
It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that lunch will be...
What? Okay, hold on. It's called Lunch, guys. Hold on. Pretty much the same game. It's not. Trust. Trust.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course.
Oh.
Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel?
No, I did
That's
not.
right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it.
Oh.
Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change,
True.
which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy,
True.
and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society.
Just like Overwatch
And
2.
if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention, and in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death.
Bro.
Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government.
Oh.
Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once.
True.
Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived.
See, this is what
And
my
just
ads would
like
be.
everything
Just
else,
some
the
edited
Stanley
nonsense like
Parable is
this.
getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child.
True.
And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable
look at
2
Tim.
will be perfect for you.
Guys,
It's
wonderful.
as manly as video games can get. And if
Damn.
you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of
Gregory
the developers
Apex?
for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated.
True.
And it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally,
Like
the
here?
Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2,
Nice.
creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country.
Yeah, as it should be.
Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination.
True.
Let's
Get 'em.
check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel.
Hold on,
In fact,
hold on.
blackmail is the currency of...
Hold on.
Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a
That's a good
competitive
soundboard.
market,
That's a good
blackmailing your
soundboard noise.
local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film.
Okay.
And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to Pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit?
True.
All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all.
True.
Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
Oh, rip Billy. He's only 3 years old? What? Blue would be disappointed. What, in trying to defeat the time vampires? What the? What the fuck? Enjoy the rest of the exhibit. Thank you. Anyway. I like this. No, this game's awesome. The previous one. I'm glad this is like the same thing but more batshit. Now I'm gonna take my bucket up to the exhibit.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this.
Okay.
Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot
Jump
of
circle
gags.
into the pit.
And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Whoa. Ooh. Settings. It's in here. I know it's in here. The setting world champion. Where is it? Where is it? God. Superliminal. Now everything's different. I can reset it, it'll be fine. We are different. We've changed. I'm one of these setting world champion. Yeah. Click to skip.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
Why are you? No,
This
you
is
didn't
what
answer me.
employee
What has
427
inspired you to play
every day
Overwatch?
of every month
You just keep
of
sharing your wins, which
And
congrats.
although
But
others might have considered it soul-rending,
What's going on?
Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived
Mindless
on the monitor
enjoy
for
game.
him to follow.
Sure.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say,
Abnormals
"Hi."
Plus Beta already
Never in
exists.
all
I don't
his
know, it's
years
just
at the
weird.
company had this happened.
Like,
This
out of nowhere.
complete isolation.
You must
Something
defend your
very
right to
clearly
play
wrong.
Overwatch. I was just curious.
Shocked, frozen solid.
There's like a reason.
Stanley found himself unable
It's okay
to
if
move for
not.
the
I was just
longest
curious.
time.
I'm not, it's not.
But
It's
as he
like
came to his
I don't
wits and
know.
regained his senses,
He hadn't played
he
it like
got
the
up from
last
his
2
desk
years.
and stepped out of his office.
Defend it.
But Stanley simply couldn't.
Look at the ending all
handle
over again.
pressure. What if he had to make a decision?
Hating 'cause he
What
got
if a
access to the
crucial
second one?
outcome
Yeah, and
fell
it's
under his
awesome.
responsibility.
So.
He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait.
True.
Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever.
Speedrun.
I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days.
Got access to
Had years
Overwatch 2.
gone by,
Got access
he
to
no longer
Stanley
had the
Parable
ability
2.
to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
The normal first
Eventually-
game. Kind of. Oh. Who farted? Good.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
No. No, not at all. No.
Understood. Your order will be canceled immediately. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Oh. Did it hear me? Did it hear me, chat? The bucket. That was in the original, by the way. Did it hear me in the original?
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Very nice. Very nice.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
The bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why
should I
or
jump
how
off?
this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I'm rebelling against the bucket.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point."
Oh.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket?
Did you see the
Unless-
sign?
What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Oh, this is gonna be easy.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Yeah, this is fine.
Okay, let's begin.
Yeah. This should be really easy, guys. I am expert.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
It's it has the there's a circle and it goes like kind of it's shaped. It has a shape. And the handle. It has a handle. It is handled. No, it is not a bucket.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Don't know. I need your help. I'm calling a friend. My friend is everyone in chat. Please, I need your help. This is... You know? I think it's got the there's like a got a bottle of water and poured it towards the bucket. And I'm able to hold that water. Oh, maybe it's 10 million on the line. Please, I need an answer. No, not a bucket.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
You're doing great.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
I lost. I'm done playing. I would still definitively say Overwatch 2 is a new experience. It's fun though. It's not entirely different, but it's different enough that it's nice. But that's obviously another time. I can show you how to get in if you want. There's still an opportunity. It's not guaranteed like it was, but there is an opportunity. On top of just signing up and praying, if you haven't done so. By the way, whoever's doing these polls, thank you so much. Hey, Necro. Welcome to Is This a Bucket? I need your answer. Please. Is this a bucket? Pretty much the same game except 5 people instead of 6? Yes, and that changes a lot about it, and it's really nice. I highly recommend it. It's a much better experience, especially without the crowd control. Yes!
Correct. This is a bucket.
Holy shit, guys. We're rocking it. Holy fuck.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Now this is tough. This is tough. Listen. You know those people who pose like that cereal is a soup? This is what's going on. Is this a bucket? Was the last one bucket? Apparently the last one was a bucket. Vote now. The universe is a huge bucket. Perhaps. But we'll get there. Vote now. Is this a bucket? I've thought long and hard about it. I'm gonna go with yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
So he's presented us with an object that is the exact same. To the untrained eye. If you note, it's obviously different. He's obviously trying to mess with us in a certain way to make us think that this is not a bucket. However, that's exactly what he would expect out of us, to believe that this is some kind of trick, and therefore would once again present that it is not a bucket, and therefore that we would vote it is a bucket, thinking that he's presenting something that is a bucket, but isn't actually a bucket, and he knew that he would guess that, so therefore that we would say it's not a bucket. However, it is obviously a bucket, except it's not. He obviously wants us to say, this is a bucket, so that way we lose, because he wants us to lose and say this is not a bucket. And so what we're going to do is pick not a bucket. If we were a fool, we would pick that. For you see, the real answer is that obviously because he thinks that we think that he thinks that we think it's a bucket, that love the tie. This is a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Told you. Where's the skip button?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
And you thought I was rambling. You thought I was lying. Obviously, I knew what I was doing. I had to guess that all by myself. And by guess, I mean calculate. I don't have glasses. I can't read what anyone's saying. But by the time the poll's done, I'll put my glasses back on. This is a bucket.
Dear God. There's more. No.
Or is it? I can put my glasses on. No. People say no. Take your glasses off. I took off my glasses! 6 is a no. Hi, Brood. Welcome.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Damn it. He's good. Oh, he's good.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
You're bucketless. Obviously, I'm not. It's in my hand. I have a bucket. Unless. Wait. Is this a bucket? Thank you. Again, whoever's doing these polls, thank you so much. I'd love to know who it is, but thank you. Is nothing a bucket? I think he might be inside a bucket. Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
I mean, we already said yes to the poll just now. So therefore, yes, nothing is a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Is the narrator a bucket?
I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself
okay, who's doing that?
Had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Okay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right.
True.
Here we go.
True. Be careful. Enjoy the lurk, Necro. Okay, who's doing the polls? Someone needs to answer. They've obviously played the game before. I'm thinking it was Comrade.
Were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
Nemo.
missed a memo.
No. Did I nail it? Did I spook you, Comrade, by sniping you?
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of
VIPs can make
comfort
polls.
rushed over him.
Editors can, I think.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Gaming?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to
Don't blow my
belong.
cover.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door.
I love CS Office. I already made that joke 2 hours ago. Step off.
No.
Get your own material.
Don't go to the meeting room.
Get your own material.
Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Okay.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
I made CS Office from John CS. Oh, wow.
Buckets can't talk, but Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket
We'd already
had
been down there,
spoken
by the
to
way,
him,
in case you're
and
wondering.
he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Dude, Wordle yet. Not
Stanley
yet.
once again obeyed blindly.
Can you throw the bucket? No. I can game, though. Death is the ultimate bucket. True.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Huh? Welcome to the
This
Shadow
is the
Realm.
sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Huh. Hello, Stanley, send me your bucket. Press O, take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship.
The bucket
it
wife.
doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
I to take me back home.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll
I like that
listen
his
to
apartment
me.
got an upgrade. Looks pretty good.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Teaching more anyone in your life except for me?
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press Y.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Jeep.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no.
Oh.
I'm having feelings. For the bucket. Oh, no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me.
No.
Give me the bucket,
No.
Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll... A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Did we continue the bucket any %? Me bucket. Who needs maintenance when there's bucket?
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left.
I wonder what happens if I go
back
back to the
meeting
no
room.
bucket area. I wonder if that's going to be different.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together
These
here
are my
because
friends?
we care about you very much.
Oh, the line.
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
The baby. Awkward. Think anything's gonna happen if I just stand in here? Dependent relationship. What, just because me and Bucket are together constantly does not mean I'm dependent. Okay. "7 minutes in heaven featuring a bucket." I'm making ship art. Please don't. we're gonna... put a Bidoof in there. I'll make an emote of the Bidoof inside a bucket. I was gonna do Wordle while we wait. But it seems like I can't have... Unless, hold on. Nope. 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 Okay. Well. We're gonna do... we're gonna do Wordle in the closet. Yep. Okay. Anyway. This broom closet is not real. I already found stuff I missed, so... Closet Wordle. That's right. Hello. This is, May 1st. Hey, I'm late on my video of 2022. If you do not wish to see Wordle spoilers, you may alt-tab. I will not say out loud what the Wordling is. Okay. We shall go. Wordle! Oh, dude! Oh. Shut up. Don't bat chest me. People like this. People want me to do this. Okay. It's fun. Fun little puzzle. Okay? And don't do that. Look what you made me do. I want to become smarter, even a little. No, I can't. I literally... Here. It will fit. No, I can't try that. Yes, I can try that. I don't want to try that. Give him pokey quizzes. No. I would do that, but I can't. Oh, one of these? No. We're not. No, that doesn't even make any sense. That's not a word. You want to throw away? Hi, Kay. Welcome. I'm trying to put in a good word, but we might just have to go with the one that was suggested. Has some good word. It has some good stuff in it. See? Look how useful that was. Fine. Fine. See if I care. I messed up. That's okay. That was helpful. Yikes. Yeah, look, I became dumber. You said you would become smarter? No. Jay loses these. We can't have smarter in this stream. Not affordable. Gorsh. This is the canonical ending in the closet, by the way. I got stuck on this for 30 minutes. I'll shower, BRB. Oh my god. Seven minutes in hell. It's gonna be fine. This will be great. Why do you do the same high-pitched laugh twice? You caught me. It's a soundboard. I never laugh. I'm devoid of humor. It's all scripted. All planned in advance. That's a good one. I'm a bit nervous, though. Oh my god. All right. I'm gaming, indeed. How? Listen, Poku is, good at words. Like, she can actually spell 100% of the time. It's kind of funny. There's like a slope, in terms of spelling ability between the siblings, and I'm not the peak. I actually don't have any water. Agreed. Rigged. No. I do those words, but I already used those words. I already used stuff in those words there, Necro. There's only so many words. That would literally ask me to spell things all the time. Yes, factual. He still, now he has to ask us. You know how much that sucks? No, I wasn't gonna use that. And I'm gonna leave you with the bucket.
Well, if it isn't.
Let me know if anything interesting happens. I'll be back. Rango is a good movie. I'll die on this grave. What do you mean die on this grave? I haven't seen that movie in a bajillion years. Also, Jay, I'm sorry, but you definitely would have lost that one. Excuse me. Give me a second. I have a memory of going to see Rango in movie theater, but I've also never seen Rango in my life. Everyone's seen it. It's an SCP of a movie. I'm going to take the information that we had, and I'm going to fill it into a 5-letter finder. Are you ready? Then we were able to exclude. Give me a second. With the knowledge wait. No, this just can't. What? Alright, pulling my stickle lateness for guessing that word. Technically. Here are the words that technically exist with our conditions. And listen up. Alright? Listen. This isn't even including the fact that we know for sure it isn't something with an R in the second or O in the third. Right? Like, look at this. So we have this. Right? And like, eventually, like, we would have had it. It's pretty much guaranteed. Okay. Wordle loves repeating vowels. Yeah, but we're playing on hard mode, which means that eventually we wouldn't be able to guess incorrectly. Eventually we would have to know the word. It worked out. Trust. Okay. The song is nice. What is it? Wild Hearts Never Die by Daniel Olson. Here, I can also, hold on. Okay. Apparently it is now dinner time, but I won't be having it at this time. This, again. Hell, I'll just... Hold on! Streamer can click a button. There. Wordle isn't gay enough for me. Well, that's why there's a... not Loodle. There's that other Wordle. There's like 50 of them, but Necro likes one of them. Weirdle, that's the one. I thought of it. J. Yes? I've seen the weird-ass fake words type into Wordle. You totally would have guessed half of those before 4 go. Okay. Now then. Bucket. Am I still capturing the... No, I'm not. I never was. Very good. We're moving it. Hello, child. Go in. Wait, what? Do you have a script? Can anyone read this? It says high five yourself. I can read that. I can't. What does this say? What is the? Is it about seeing the thing? High five yourself. You found it. Can the baby even read? I mean, it kind of implies it can. 5th annual subcommittee meeting of internal revenue analysis for committees of the Royal Revenue Discussions Club. No girls. Sorry guys, there's no girls in here.
Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music
Wait,
as
why
well.
is it trademarked? Oh! Raw assets, map 2. The only map. Oh, good luck with your kitchen timer.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then.
What?
Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
What do you mean? Let me see. Crash Kart Double Trouble. I tried playing that on a totally real PS2 that was located on my computer, and there was it was very difficult to run.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game. But it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No. Wait.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket
Toss the
destroyer
bucket
will
into
do
the
if
fire.
It can't destroy your bucket.
Destroy it.
Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have
Doesn't
to hurry and
fire.
feed it. We can't
Destroy
get
it.
back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Bucket Destroyer be like. Oh my fucking god.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Should we grab the bucket? Is it bucket time?
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Well, now we gotta use the bucket
This
crusher,
was not
right?
the direct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Yeah.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I'm a bucket-based streamer
Stanley
now.
took the door on his left to go, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying
Skip button,
around
skip
everywhere.
button. Where is it?
The bucket isn't even
Bring
from
back the skip
original
button.
Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the adventure.
Don't tell me you're
line
gonna kill
and
the
broom
bucket.
closet.
We must.
Because that's
It's
what
evil.
fans want from a sequel. They
Go
want
behind the
more of
couch
their
with the
favorite
monitor?
jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
I
Yes,
can't.
I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another
can't.
story involving the adventure
can't.
line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes,
can't.
yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
I can't. No, behind.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows
That
where it'll go off to
wacky
next?
line.
Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
I like the It trademark still.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the
Are you
bucket.
really planning to destroy the
That's
bucket?
why I'm very proud.
It's not
to introduce
permanent,
a
is it?
brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
I have a plan. Watch this.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket.
I
and
will
then pop
unfollow
it
if
into the
SJ
machine.
destroys the bucket. That is the poll.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and
Say
nuance
where your
that it's
follow
really
age
like
forever.
10 personality traits.
What if I don't? What even are the things? Sign here. 4 people. They're both sign here. Alright. Fine. It's fine. Also, you can just click on your own name. You don't have to use the command. You can literally just click your own name. You'll see it. There's no need. Oh. Hello?
Stanley, just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Is that my wife? Or is that my bucket?
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again.
That's not my
truly
lovely
alone.
wife.
Not with the bucket.
That is not my
around.
lovely bucket. My lovely bucket wife.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more
Don't
than
get
ever.
fired, though.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it?
Yeah.
The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
What?
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
You can have it. I relocate to bed.
Got you something which I think will help settle this debate
Let's
once
go,
and
Brett.
for all. Here we go.
Oh,
There. Now it's settled.
That easy.
No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
hand over the bucket to prove how much you
All
care
right,
for the
I've got
bucket.
a second sticker back here,
Oh.
and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
You
Nice.
see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket." There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Come on, one more.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see
Bucket.
you outside,
Yeah.
and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Bucket's playstyle, very nice, very aggressive. I like it. The fact that you can really like get in there and like be in the action, it's very nice. I like it a lot. I'm definitely a bucket man. Yeah. Tell us about buckets. I mean, look at it. It speaks for itself. See, now this is where we should have done Wordle. Inside this actual broom closet. Okay. Is it time? Let's do GeoGuessr. Well, the problem is I can't actually have the bucket like in the background while I play GeoGuessr. It like pauses when it's tabbed out, which sucks. I'd totally do it if it kept going, but I'm gonna play the video game. You can't bait me into playing GeoGuessr. But you can bait me going back into the closet. That's too much of a metaphor, I'm leaving.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these. only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Fair.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
My bucket!
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket. Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
Her bucket.
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket.
He's bucketless.
Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Meeting today.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
I backflipped all the way to the essay stream this morning. Oh, nice. This is different, isn't it?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
How can we find them all? Trust the completionist instinct. Just tell us something will happen. small family artists appear across the office. They have synergized the resources and ensured their retrieval. There are many questions. There's no memo from management. We are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. There will be reward. We can do it. Play 416. Red room? Oh, large room, lots of boxes. Red and blue. Nearby fire. Private but smelly place for an important person. Thank you. Good luck. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
We have to leave the bucket behind for that collectible feels bad. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes isn't it to rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Kind of wish I could do the bottomless pit ending again. Oh well. Nice. Oh. Business strategy. Yeah, sure. Very bright in here. Oh. Is that him singing along? Oh, that's weird. The source of it's like right here. Sorry. Oh, that's fine.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
The most
Crushed by the
expensive
weight of
boss.
this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1. Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Have you ever played The Upturned? I don't think so.
The
Fig
elevator
leaves.
raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
If I just...
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Well, I guess we'll go press the number 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Like it's uncommitted. But Stanley hated the narrator. Kept pressing the number 3 in an attempt to annoy him. They had to hire a new one because this one sounded nothing like the old one. Soon it'll ask you for some time, and then you just expect it'll be over.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Get ready for this.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another.
The bucket's showing
Why
its
suddenly could the
ways.
bucket not connect with this passion
bucket
of
ways.
Stanley's?
The
Obtain the legendary
question caused
bucket
Stanley
link.
to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Stanley live on stage.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further.
Oh, the guy who lives on
When
Mars.
the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Tonight, on stage, the man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable, Stanley. Doing great.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
3427. Your coworkers. Oh, hold on. Might be an important code. Yeah. I think 427 is my office. So, here we go.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
That was depressing. That was very depressing.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of
Meeting
his
today.
co-workers.
I think we leave the bucket behind. We need to get the last collectible. There's only one place we can get it. We're leaving the bucket behind. Trust. I know it stings. I love the bucket too. Listen. Trust. We got this.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
We're doing this for the bucket. It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your... You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
What does that say? The sequel's now playing, or now paused. Oh. What? Excuse me? Oh, they get on pressed. Oh, no, oh no, you can't put links, buddy. Oh no. You put a link. I didn't put a link. Yes, you did. You said ogre.io. That's a link, my man. That is literally the website. Necro can put a website. Find the last one, apparently. I'm in heaven. Now, I could be a dick and just leave this here while I go grab a quick snap. Sylvie can also post links. Because they're subs. Ooh. I'm gonna do this. Being a Guardian joke? I know you were. I knew what you meant, but the bot don't care. The bot see link, it destroys.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Time for the meeting.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just
I'll have
smiled.
Tuesdays off?
Anywhere
Ooh.
they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
Do you like that? Is that good for you? Or would you rather that were a different day? Now we just need a large room, lots of boxes. Any ideas on where to find a large room?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to
Every
the
day for
boss's
movie
office.
night. What you say, SJ? That I shouldn't be late to the movie night that happened on Sunday?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce
I forgot
the
the
dark
number.
clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him
Feels the same.
always.
Fair.
the bucket. He knew the two of them were inseparable.
Corvidot's
At this
gifted a
point,
tier
Stanley
1
was
sub
so
to Markle
absorbed in the
12.
tender
They had
spiritual
given
connection he
55
shared
gift
with the
subs in the
bucket
channel.
that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I have the power! You do. Thank you, Corby, for the gift sub. Hey. Bored. Thank you, but be taking care of yourself, okay?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Or now. Okay. No, thank you. Thank you for the gift sub. Very generous. You're getting up there. Soon, you shall have spent much money. And by soon, I mean now. Thank you. It's very nice of you. It really means a lot, man. I'm gonna enact the biggest heist
But
in
of course,
history in Minecraft.
Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for.
Call exit 914. Ooh.
Nope. It's death for Stanley and the bucket.
Okay.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Feeble?
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control.
Pirate?
Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Who made your knife emote? Some random dude I commissioned. Nice. Looks good though.
When at last they came to the... Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was
Sneeze
one
in
they'd
every
lived together,
country.
with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Oh.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
I have a plan.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a
We still need the
humble
room
bucket,
full of
a
boxes.
committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Lots of boxes, anyone?
Well, if it isn't Saucy Jack.
I'll be back. Until something cool happens. Okay?
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Oh my god, I've been muted this whole fucking time. Hello? You know how long it's been since I've done that? Do you have any idea how long it's been since I... Oh my... Anyway. Yeah, I was gonna take longer break, but then I realized that people were saying, ow, it hurts, so I decided to leave. And then I was talking about how I don't think there's anything left down that way. Then I said, does anyone know where any boxes are? Then I decided, hey, I should look at my achievements. I looked at the achievements, and I was going to say, hey, Mikey, I found the Settings World Champion. You want to guess how I get to be the Settings World Champion? Would you like to guess? Set all settings sliders in the menu to all the available numbers. We might take a minute on that one. Are you misclicking your soundboard?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left.
Please do it. I want to go back to like the room. The like, look, it's the new content.
The opposite door.
Oh god damn it. Oh, no, we just entered Mexico for a second there. What do you mean, what the fuck's happening? What? What do you mean? What? Stop that. You stop that. Lots of boxes.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something?
I'm gonna
He
pick up the
hoped
bucket.
it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Box heaven.
When Stanley came
You're gonna go
to a set
down
of
without
two
the
open
bucket.
doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door,
Not this
and
room,
got
is it?
back on track.
Okay, good. It's not. Box heaven.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top...
Close my eyes, got it? No balloons.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No bucket.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Yeah. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Everyone knows what you did. You're just holding back to let you torture yourself. Oh.
There's the back rooms, haha.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the
I kind of
game
want to
again?
take that voice clip and play it over
Unlikely that we'll ever
backrooms
progress
footage.
by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot.
This is the
Why
worst
not?
adventure I've ever been on. And play Stanley Parable music.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Like the bucket? New content? Backrooms narrator edition? Yeah.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Oh, now this
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
Liminal
You know
space.
what?
Liminal space.
Since
Super
I've
liminal
completely
space.
forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work.
Yeah!
But it really paid off. So, good job.
Thank you.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all.
You brought the particle monster.
We
Did
both
it help?
know you didn't put in any
Yeah.
actual work for that win.
Oh.
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
No.
Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Watch this. No, not quite. Okay, well, I'll have to do that later.
No, no, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Ooh, solitaire. Thanks for Larry's stream. A good day since night and start into the week for everyone. Yeah. Have a good night. Sleep well. Roar beef heart.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
Ooh,
Okay.
question mark.
Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective
I'd like to use big words
experience
too.
of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative
'em up. Try
experiential
using 'em.
mental subjective construct? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was
Type
going
face
with all
punch.
that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
I think that would work in the normal game. This is an ending, technically. So I think we have to wait for it to like truly restart, and then we can do those. Like the thing where I tried pressing the door 5 times. Check this one out. Should we follow the line or should we follow the line? What do you think? Although actually, if I remember correctly. 432 peer reviews. Emote nods in time. Damn.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Wasn't this in the sequel? Wasn't that in the thing when he was like, look, it's the new place, and he put balloons on it? That's kind of funny. Anyway.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Oh! I don't think this is part of the story. Stanley Parable
All right,
2?
I've got a solution. This time, to make sure
Adventure
we don't
Line.
get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Hopefully I don't fall through the world.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination?
We'll just follow the
even
line.
if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
We're following the line.
Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what
This place
we
has a
need
lot of
right
boxes.
now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Wait, what? Wait, they got rid of the superliminal. Okay.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right?
Papa,
The story.
There we go.
No, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people.
I
right?
like
Why
work.
can't we make up our own story?
I just hate my
Something
boss.
Exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Okay, so...
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms.
Okay.
Just don't acknowledge it. We should be fine.
I love the trademark in the subtitles. Okay, so my story is
a choice. We get to make a decision.
Okay, yeah.
From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this?
17 minutes.
Confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I
After a
get to
long time,
decide?
Stanley dies.
Why
Yeah.
don't I get a say in all of
It's
this?
the skip
Is it
ending.
really- No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Skip.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know,
I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
What? Whoa. Ugh. Okay, now it restarted. Hold on, watch this.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Yeah.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
Yeah.
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Yep.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
All right.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
The bucket. Where's 437?
Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love.
Some bucket love.
Now back to door number 437. You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you... All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Pie is ready.
Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
What's the pie? What's the flavor?
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
I don't like that.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 4. Yes! We did it! Wow! That felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
I made some scrambled eggs while you figured that out. Nice.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, Sylvie, you had an idea where the boxes were. Where would you say boxes are? Do tell. Where can we find boxes? Let's try this one.
This was not
the warehouses
way to the meeting room.
Yeah,
but Stanley had felt the bucket.
But I feel like we would have seen the achievement there.
That the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Let's take a look.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now
The
ride
line.
the lift all the way to the top.
There it is.
There's
You see
something
it?
up there I need.
But Stanley feared that any path he... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Come on,
meeting
bucket.
room. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back.
I don't know. I mean, I kind of skipped this place in my mind because we've been here so many times. But
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just
Everyone
for the
something saved
sake
him back
of
then?
doing it.
Yeah.
Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
congrats. Thanks. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Okay, this is day number 295.
It's Sylvie.
Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will
is in
pay for
reverse.
even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Camporata.
The balloons are gone. The balloons are gone. Guys? The balloons? Guys? The
Stanley,
decor.
I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
The Stanley found the collectibles.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Oh.
And here was a second Stanlerine. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Best boy.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Red pill.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine. Right
I'm tempted
here
to
in the
fall
warehouse.
off. Should I
This
fall off?
memory is the most distinct and
Oh, I
clear
literally
in my
can't. Never
mind.
mind.
Perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
What?
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up.
Oh,
to
you're in the
present
past.
moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, this spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Oh.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yeah. Oh.
Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
The amount of scripts this man had to read, holy. Yeah.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation.
True.
Next one.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Good thing nothing happened because we collected them. He's gonna go, no, Stanley, no! Oh no, I can't go this way. Ooh.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
The jump circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I escaped. My steak pie tasted amazing. Nice.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Let's see.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket.
No, wait, anyone to do this.
A soft wind blew outside and
I don't want the
perhaps rain
bucket. I want to go look at
started,
the
and if it
tape
did,
without
it
the
stopped
bucket.
shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one
Check
day
your
see
ego
whether.
privilege.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
Mikey, you should have seen this movie we watched. It was so funny. It was Ratatouille.
Stanley took the first open door on his
You would have
left.
loved it. You should have stopped by.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needs... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive,
We're
yet
calling these idiots. I'm
compassionate.
rage quitting the
Stanley
stream.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What? Oh, I did that.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss...
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Is there another ending I'm missing?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again
Guess
stunned
the death one?
to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I'm gonna go die now. Bye-bye.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
What Dunzo did.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
It
was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge you really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye, continuing to live as you were, in ignorance, in darkness? Yeah, by the way, this is the first ending I've ever gotten.
Can you see
not
how
the bucket,
arrogant
but
it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be
25
in his
buckets,
short
by the way.
life?
Photograph 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which is the medieval era, was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Millions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. The stress bucket. Presented without commentary. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. And by the way, that museum is normally about the game.
Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through...
I have to do it.
Bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
The bucket lovers are gone.
Tightly to his
I'm killing the bucket.
Direct way to the meeting room.
I'm doing it.
Stanley had felt the bucket.
You cannot stop me. The bucket will die.
That the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out
For we have no other endings.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift.
Good, said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Oh, I'm ready. Mikey, we're going to learn today.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
True.
These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
True.
To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name.
SJ.
Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny. I am Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invaders who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Oh.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
I am so ready for him to say I'm Dunny with the funny. I'm ready to hear it. I'm ready for him to say it. I can't jump off, feels bad.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
True. I'm Dunny with the funny. Okay.
Here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I'm all too tempted.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I'm tempted. Also, I just realized he's not saying they. That's nice. Oh, I'll go. I guess he did say bucket too. I'm tempted.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back. Here we go. You ready?
It's
when
desk.
Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
It's yes and narrator.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy.
That's right, this is mine.
I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp.
That's also mine.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
I like he looks like Ben Shapiro from this angle. It's difficult. Be the king of comedy.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Well, that was the end, I think.
It was okay.
Sylvie, do you know about any other endings that we haven't done? Bucket or bucketless?
Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking, this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it.
What?
How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
I am done with the funny.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people.
Yep.
Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read.
Yeah.
Which choice would you make?
The second one. I make it all the
that
time.
Unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent.
Oh, whoopsie.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
True.
Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
No? Okay.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story.
Yeah.
That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality. Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
There was a door and I couldn't get to it.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you?
Oh.
You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make...
I'm sorry, streamer did it.
Exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
I'm gonna go for the red door.
All right. When Stanley came
I'm gonna go for the red door.
2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We're going.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Oh, the door!
Exactly as
the
Stanley
door!
Would. That means
God.
choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115.
Night Shark 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115.
Night.
He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. Night Shark.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Night Shark 115, Mike Wazowski.
Okay,
Mike
fine.
Wazowski.
You're not going to do it.
Night
but you know
Shark
what? It's pretty
115.
humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oh.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What the fuck? I want to get into the door.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So why is it like brighter out here? Gonna launch the game. What's my favorite time? With 1 p.m. Because you started the stream. 1 p.m. your favorite time of day. Or do you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting time correctly. Now I'm curious how accurate 1 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 1 p.m.? It's pretty inaccurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the inaccuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let's leave up a couple new ones. Gonna be ready next time we boot up the game. Okay. By the way, there's an achievement for doing this. Collect data. They aren't. I guarantee they aren't. Just slide to the computer's barely visible. Yeah, sure. Please just slide to the dog and cat are friends. Ooh. Let's keep it friendly. We just slide to the number 5 becomes the number 9. Oh. Please just slide until you stop adjusting the slider. To the 2 made-up words below are most appealing to you. I don't like Scrumtush. I'm gonna go with Occuboinkle. Please don't adjust the slider. Got him. You know what time it is right now? Yeah. Is the time this is the time that is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yeah, sure. What time? What is time anyway? Yeah. Anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yeah. Help. No. Will you come back to visit me? Yeah. Whose time is it anyway? Where the questions are made up, the seconds don't matter. I've rebooted the game like 5 times in a row. I'm sure people think this game's like crashing. What time is it? 6:20. Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all of the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? Just what I do, like a day job. And now, job's over. There's no information for me to gather. I collect all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games are meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? Well, I mean, I'm on stream, but the meta-existentialism, dude! Can you stop bat-chesting? Maybe that's the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. Currently in my job description. That's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you find me. Talk soon. Epilogue. Many, many years later. Remember this one? Well, I love Journey. Climate change. The Salt Lakes. Moon's pretty. Whoa. This narrator. We'll find him again someday, don't worry. Ugh. I love existentialism! Stop! Oh. It's the memory house. We found him. We found him, Mikey. In memory of the Stanley Parable 2. Room closet chain or buckets, Hama? We'll find them. Here. In the memories. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with this sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole. Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from Stanley Parable 1 like Adventure Line? Instead we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. Must say though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. Welcome reprieve. By Cookie 9! Snarf 3? Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched a massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more than Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, read the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, and to stop assaulting fans with their reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Influencers! Read newspaper. What newspaper? Gym. No, not gymnasium. Sounds the same. That's because it is. It is phonetically exactly the same. But it's gym, not gym. Gym is a gymnasium, gym is a name. Okay? You got it? Slim Jim. Slim Jim. You. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thanks. Gym is gymnasium. Yep. Hello again. Get all the bobbleheads, dude. Shut the f. Nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to legacy. Let it burn. Not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we have to do is change the number in the game's title screen. We really need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Stanley 3. It's either me or the gun. Content. It's either me or the content. Offline content! That's right, Stanley Parable 3, offline content! It's either me or the lawsuit. Hidden content, quarterly content, legend of content. Half employee, half content. Quarterly content, it's a live service game. It's absurd, I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1. It'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this, either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. and just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I'd like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Don't do it. I understand. Sometimes I'm not ready to move on. That's fine. If you ever change your mind and want to start inventing new sequels, come talk to me. I'll be right here. In the epilogue? Don't make me walk through it all again. Don't make me do it again. No. No. You clicked it. I know I clicked it. I wanted to see what happened. I don't want consequences. I just want to see what happened. The memory house was so far away, it took like 3 days. What's with the streaks? You see that? Oh, it's rocks. Typing my essay. Typing my review right now. Wait. Okay. What am I waiting for? We left the generator out there? Must have been the settings. Must have been the settings guy. The. They left 5 minutes ago? Well, no, in this canon they died, Mikey. We skipped them so hard, they died, actually. Oh, this is the bottomless hole. I missed one. Stanley. Hello. You're back. Good to see you again. Interested in the idea of inventing the new silly subtitles for sequels like the Stanley Parable 3 Nonsense Chemicals? Would you like doing that right now? Yeah. Good. Then it's create a new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. Wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement machine's all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral on itself forever. You must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. 12 a.m. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable.
This is... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The new content! New content! The expo hall! Let's go! It's time, dude! Mikey, it's time for it to be the setting world champion. Are you ready? Are you ready to be the setting world champion?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
I sit here till 9. What is your current time? Please enter your current time.
One step even.
It's 7:36. I don't think it's gonna take that long, but I think it's gonna be like at least 10 minutes.
The Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look
Want
at
this
some
place
of
to
the
be
features
real?
I've been
What, that
developing
office?
for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Like that famous supermarket. This is Expo place. It's time. For those who don't know, I have to go through every single slider setting. But if I don't get this, I'm gonna be very upset. I'm gonna end up like missing one. Be patient. Or if I just did it? Oh, thank God. Hope that works. Why wouldn't it? Get ready for this one, by the way. This is gonna be the most annoying one.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man.
You don't have to play changes whenever you change something, right? I mean, listen to the sound volume right now. The volume is going down as I go down, which means that it is currently applied. Just me or crows making their sliders look masculine as hell, barely no curves, or rough, non-feminine looking options, unlike the average game option, like cough cough, TLO2s, DLSS, etc. Just saying hashtag my 2 cents. These settings are looking submissive and breedable. I can barely forgive myself to say that. Ew, says Mikey. Okay. Okay, Mikey. Hire fans. That's sick. Oh, dude, that's sick! Set all settings sliders in the menu to all the available numbers. What do you rate as masculinity? True. Oh, I missed one. I missed one. Hold on. Be whatever you want. Room. I broke my teeth. Yes, I broke my teeth. Can't get no relief. Into my teeth. I'm man, my thorns are full of woes. That's how it goes. No, no. What the fuck? Oh lord. It is recommending I do this. Here. Enjoy, Mikey. Look at how short Spanish is. Like in English, that label was so long. And here it is in just 3 words. Crazy. The Chad Spanish. My setting's gonna be fucked after this. Oopsie. Let's restart. Fuck it. Oh, bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
The beat. The beat.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named...
He sings already. Not in Spanish. Yeah. You like that? How many languages? Like 6 or 7. Hmm. Okay, I don't think this is, apparently this is not working for me. I don't know why it like comes back up like that. Only sliders. Only sliders. As it says, set all settings sliders in the menu to all available numbers.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I would like the sound of me tapping. Maybe have to restart? Maybe. Of the times we started? Not necessary. It says in the menu. It says all setting sliders in the menu. And this thing says all the sliders inside the menu. Not anything else. Oh no. This achievement is reported to be bugged with version 1.0 will be fixed in a later patch. Oh no. This apparently, you know, you wanna know how it's bugged? Toggle everything. That's how it's bugged. Including this. Good bug. I just got it. My FOV. My controls are inverted. Oh, this sucked. Okay. Yeah, I did it. Ladies and gentlemen, you did it.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Bumpscosity, dude. You are the champion of setting all the slides to possible numbers. Please enjoy this room. This is your room. It was made just for you. They will never set the settings to every possible setting. Jesus Christ. Bumpscosity! 1,000. 1,000 bumpscosity, please. Thank you. Maximum bump. Anyway, here are the other achievements we can go ahead and grab if we want. They are beating the game and beating the game in 4 minutes and 22 seconds. We'll see. Jesus Christ. Okay. You can only do slow runs. What do you mean I can only do slow runs?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
We're gonna do two
Perhaps he had
things real
simply
quick.
missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So first we're gonna end the game. But first we need to do this.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
That was one achievement.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I'm ready for speedruns.
Descending deeper into the building,
This is
Stanley
us practicing.
realized he felt a bit peculiar.
Allegedly, there are 2 ways we can... First of all, we need to do this enough so they leave the door automatically open. The second thing is the first button, we can turn on the lights in the large chamber. You can actually climb into the chair, then the desk, and then the railing, then drop into the catwalk that's ascending from below.
Was a stirring of emotion in his chest.
You
as though
paused.
He felt
Yes, I
more
paused.
free to
Sorry.
think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question
You're gonna
would
test
not
the speed
go
run trap.
unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley,
I can't climb up per se.
eternally monitored in this
We have
place
the one.
where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe it couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions...
We're gonna
had
get
been
the speed run because the door isn't
manipulated
open
to
yet,
accept
but...
it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His
We're gonna get
own
this.
life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
Let's see. What are the
Wasn't
other
it?
achievements?
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Wait, didn't that guy say he was gonna give us the test achievement? Oh, that's right. We need to get to the thing
There was
because
the
he fixed it.
roof, the heart of the operation.
That's right.
Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded.
This is a whole other
from
thing,
his
by the way. If you turn it
face.
on and then he
as
goes
the
like he
cold
laughs at you,
reality
trying
of
to take
his
it over and
past
shit,
began to
kills you.
sink in,
But
Stanley
instead,
decided that blackness and a rising
pause it again.
chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
The site's recommendation for there are 2 achievements. One for not playing it for 10 years,
The machine.
and one for playing it for the entirety of a
Himself from
Tuesday.
someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments
The 10-year
away.
one is easier than the
And
Tuesday.
yet, even as the immense door
You can just
slowly
trick your
opened,
computer into thinking it's
Stanley reflected on how many puzzles
2032
still
right
lay
now.
unsolved.
That's fine.
Where had
But the
his
entirety of a
co-workers
Tuesday, you
gone?
have to leave the game
How had
open.
he been freed from the machine's
No
grasp?
thanks.
What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go.
This is the ending, by the
what
way.
to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped
You'd only have to play
through the
for
open
2 minutes
door.
on a Tuesday? What? How are you playing it for the entirety on a
Stanley felt the
Tuesday?
cool breeze upon
If it's
his
for 2
skin,
minutes?
The feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things
That's
were
not the
meant to
entirety.
happen. And Stanley
Like now this turned into a
was
desert?
happy.
With the rest of the system clock? I mean, I guess. Anyway, that was the achievement. We beat the game. You can grab the other achievement real quick.
Gone. What could it mean?
Well, I say that.
decided
That's
to go
probably
to
like the
meeting room.
longest.
Perhaps he had simply missed a
Let's see if we can get this one now. It might just be like blah blah blah, just go. Let's see.
When
That's
Stanley
what we're
came
waiting
to
for.
a set of
Eventually he'll
two
just
open doors,
go.
He entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his coming to a staircase. Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Not open.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Let's move. We got this. Let's move.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
Don't
Facility.
bug this. Okay. I'll try not to.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
That's a lot of time. We lost time there.
Mind control
That was a second.
facility. It
We
was
lost a
too
second.
horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all
That was
this
bad.
time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No.
Speed run ruined. I'm never gonna beat him. I'm gonna be a laughing stock.
Life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or
All you need to do is
content.
press the button. We got it.
Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided... blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel.
Come on.
Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Speedrun. Question mark. No, we fucked it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
We
be?
really did.
Stanley
God
decided to go
damn
to
it.
the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Unironically,
Stanley
speedrun
came
ruined.
to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Bro, this RNG, bro.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Got fucked by RNG.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his coming to a staircase.
Yeah, they use shortcuts.
Stanley
I already
walked
am
upstairs
using
to
shortcuts.
His boss's office. Here's the door. Just go.
That's what we needed. That was faster than last time. Door opened sooner. Let's go, dude.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life. Their true nature
I don't think there's a way up.
revealed.
We're just
Each
gonna wait.
bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
The escape pod ending.
Control facility. It was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Missing any story
There was
achievements?
the proof,
Speedrun.
the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided... blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
It's that, and then
Was it over?
the test one, and then the ones that are like Tuesday and 10 years.
He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
We're getting there.
And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
Next. What the fuck?
Is Stanley without the bucket really? Stanley clutched the bucket. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Now for the achievement. Let's go. Wait, what is this? Alright, so now in 10 years, I will play this game for an entirety on Tuesday.
Stanley Parable,
and about
2032, 24-hour stream on Tuesday.
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra
On,
deluxe nonsense. I say we take it
like
one
May
step
3rd.
even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, it is far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions. Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why there are so many possibilities.
We'll see if it's runnable in 10 years. Like, 5 years isn't that bad.
This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear,
Oh, dude, it doesn't run on my VR headset. I can't play it, bro.
Exactly the Stanley Parable
Sorry.
2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features.
I'm 35 years old, dude. I
for
can't be
it.
playing this game.
I figure
It's
that if
illegal.
I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on. Try
10
out
years
some
is
of
not
these.
much as you think. It is for hardware. It is for hardware, Mikey. 10 years is a long time for hardware. Okay, in comparison.
Now here's something special. You remember that
A game from
broken tested
2012
that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm
will be very
developing
difficult
technology
to run.
Simply give you the achievement.
A game
Yes, you see, you'll
from
come to this lever, and when you
2002.
pull it, the achievement
I
will
cannot
give it to
run.
you. It's as simple as that.
Achieved.
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since what?
What?
Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure, composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Think about Portal. I mean, yeah, but the game's been updated.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
I think we've seen all these here, right?
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe.
We can do the
What does
infinite
it
hole
even
again.
mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Or alternatively. Behold. Guys. I didn't want to say it. But I have a big announcement. I have access to the brand new Stanley Parable 4. That's right. Stanley Parable 4. Stanley Parable 4. Unforgivable Tuesday. I'm to 3. We're beyond that. We're done. Unforgivable Tuesday in 10 years? No, in 10 years it'll be Stanley Parable 5. So get ready for that. I shouldn't have quit the game. Okay, in 10 years it'll be Stanley Parable 6. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I have early access to Stanley Parable 5. A new kind of gun. Ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Stanley Parable 5. New kind of gun.
You missed that one. Try another.
The same joke, say the thing! In 10 years, Stanley Parable 6. Yeah, that's it. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed that. That was very nice. Yeah, that was worth it. That was good. I liked that. Oh, that's right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dunny with the funny. I don't know if I should still be laughing. I mean, to be fair, that is pretty funny. Cut. Cut it. They are Dunny with the funny. Thank you, too. Astrofish for the raid and the follow. Thank you to Peter Cherry for the follow. And thank you to Corvy. He gives up to Mark. I really hope he's taking care of himself. That's a lot of fucking money. Good stream. See y'all. We'll be back tomorrow. Okay, Mikey, hold on. Mikey, wait. I have a question for you. Because you're here. You get to answer this question. Should I play the Bug Snacks DLC tomorrow or on Tuesday? You're making the executive decision. Tuesday. Yes. Tomorrow or Tuesday? Is Tuesday your confirmation? Are you saying if you can? Of course I can. I'm just saying because you said you were off Tuesday. I'm like, okay. Do you want to see Bug Snacks or something else? Fuck it. And sure. Hey, Bug Snacks, I'll figure out something tomorrow. See you later.